Okay, welcome. Welcome, Sefia, and everybody else. Radio, Aduken, welcome. Um, as you can see from the title, I just wanna try something out today. Yo, Blacktronics, welcome. I wanna just try something out today. I wanna see if I can, I don't know, make something in a different scale than we normally do. And try something out and see where we end up. So, why not do that? Let's do that. Find. Okay, welcome. Hope you're all doing good. Let's just load up. I'll just first load up a piano so we can check real quick what we are gonna do. I do want to stick to a particular key, but I don't know what scale on that key we're gonna use. I am doing good. Yeah, I am doing good. Bit of a busy week with work, but hey, tell me something new, right? So I do want to stick around the key of E because I've made some drums earlier today in the key of E, and I made a really nice dirty kick that might be nice to be used today, and that kick works in the key of E. So I guess we're gonna be in E, but like we can go E minor, of course, but that's what we always do. And I don't want to do the harmonic minor like I normally do. Because I do that a lot, and I want to just try something else. So. No, like I made some drums from scratch, and when you make drums from scratch, you can just tune them right off the bat, right? You're gonna be tuning them anyway if you're gonna be making them from scratch. But like I don't know, it depends for drums. Like it depends. It doesn't have to be in tune, but when you tune things by ear, when you do drums, most of the time, at least when I do it, I do end up on specific pitches. So that would tell me that it does kind of matter. But it still, it doesn't always matter. It just depends. But I would say with a kick, it could matter. What skill are we gonna do? Like I really like Dorian, which is basically just a minor scale. If you just take the minor scale, E minor, and we then raise the sixth note, a semitone, then we get Dorian. So get this. That one. They say a major scale can't make good songs. That's completely false. That's just completely false, but let's see. Dorian is cool, but that one, I found that I kind of already knew about this one because I found out about it earlier this week, but might as well try it. Which is it's kind of Dorian, but then it also has a raised fourth note. So instead of, in the case of E, we would just get an A normally, but with this scale, which is it's E Dorian sharp 4, which you get that. Which is really cool, because then we get some pretty interesting chords actually. So if we just have E minor, let's try finding some chords here. So let's do this. So in E minor, we would get, let's see, if we do E to that thing that I was playing earlier, was E to A. So let's try that out. We do E and then A. We can maybe go down with that one, and then we'll just bring those up. So that's still E to A, which it would be A minor. So we get, that would be in just E minor. But then in E Dorian, that second chord becomes major. So we get this C note here. In E Dorian, that would become a C sharp. So we get a major chord there. We get that. But then E Dorian sharp 4 turns the A note into an A sharp. So then we get this one becoming that, which turns that into a diminished chord. Yeah. And then this one would also go up again, which... Ooh. That's weird. Kinda cool. And I guess we also use G. We would get a G minor. Get, oh, actually works. We would get, yeah, G minor as well. That's actually pretty cool. Which would be completely different in E minor, because if this would be that, and in, what would that be in? That would be major in regular minor. Yeah. That could be interesting. E Dorian sharp 4. I think it's also in here, if I'm correct. E Dorian... Yeah, E Dorian sharp 4. Could use that. What other chords do we get in here? Do we get on A sharp? Get a diminished chord, but we actually get a diminished 7th. Well. And just keep stacking those, which is kind of cool. There's a couple of cool chords in there. But we get other diminished. Yeah, that just keeps going on. But I think the main sort of like 2 chords that sound good in this are these 2. These, that... What is it? E minor to G minor. That sounds kind of cool in there. We could also mix it with regular Dorian, I guess. That would also be pretty easy. But I think as soon as I bring this one in, which is F sharp major, I think... Oh no, that actually still works. I thought that was gonna turn it into something different. I thought as soon as I bring that F sharp... There is one chord in there that we should not use if we're gonna be in E Dorian sharp 4. There's one chord we should not use, and I forgot which one it is, but there's gonna be one chord that pulls into... What is the parent major, or what is it? The major scale, or the... What scale is it? No, I think this one comes from harmonic minor, if I'm correct. But it will want to pull to there. Probably B then. Or not. Where does this one come from? Yeah, B harmonic minor is the same note. So there's probably going to be one chord in there that wants to lead into B minor. Or that's quite low, but... There's one chord that's probably going to want to lead back into B minor, and that chord we should want to... Well, we should avoid, because otherwise it's going to sound like we are in B minor. But I really like the scale. And you can mix it with... Probably going up would be nice to use that one. And going down you could use the regular Dorian. But you could do all kinds of things. But let's just make something and let's see where we end up. So Let me just chuck you, well, we can get rid of this one, we know what we're gonna use. Let's just make some kind of an interesting sound. Let's open up a contact. And I found out in this library, this is one of my favorite libraries, by the way. I've been using this one a lot. Most of the time I just use the performer libraries, which are quite nice. They're just a couple of... They're kind of like orchestral sounds, but then they've been processed. Well, the traditional ones are just like straight up orchestral sounds, but then the hybrid ones are like orchestral sounds layered with electronic sounds, and then the damaged ones are like orchestral sounds that have been distorted and shit. So they already have a bit more of a processed sound. But I was looking into the designer patch here, and I had already used these bottom two, but this one I had never really used. So I was using that, and it's actually pretty cool. So what that does is it just gives you control over like 3 different layers where you can load like a sound source, and then you can set up different key ranges and all of that, and you can then play stuff with that. But some of these are like, well, these are all the sound sources that are used for all the other sounds as well in here. So let's just go and initialize that, and we can just mute these two so we only focus on this one. And then we get these different categories. So let's say damaged, maybe, sustain, and let's just grab, I don't know, subtle fury. So not sure if we don't have that. Okay, one first thing, let's go in here, let's envelope, let's make that, let's just link them, make that a bit longer, bit attack as well. And let's just see what else we have here, because there's some... We actually get 3 minor quests, which is actually kind of cool. If we don't use the 5th, we just have 3 minor intervals. Also, it's a little bit quiet. Let me just make that louder. Oh, that one is kind of nice. So, I can see here where that little dot is. So, I can set up, for instance, a key range for this low layer. Let's just say it's not going to go above E. I don't know, something like that. And then we can use a second layer. Now this one, if I play again, we're going to hear that one also on the low thing. So maybe I just want to have this one from here. Okay, so now we can go in here. We can see, we can find something cool. Let's do maybe a hybrid thing. Maybe something a little bit what we have in the just the traditional category. maybe that could work. Maybe we can make something fun. And also just sustain this one. First one kind of works. What if we go into here and then unlink these? Sure. Go in here. What else we have? Let's also add some reverb to it. That might probably be a good choice to do. Reverb, let's just do vintage verb. There. You now probably have one extra layer, sort of like over the entire thing, so that it also covers both of the notes. That could probably be cool. Let's see. What are these things? They're like loops probably or something. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. Guitars, get there. Yeah, that's also not gonna work. Let's go for... get here. Cool. How did this work? I wanted to go... make the filter go up. How do we do that? Because we did this. That worked then. That is moving. Now how can we make that move this? I know that is possible, but how? Move that. Oh, here. There we go. Or... wait, did I turn... we need to turn this one off. We need to be here. But that is only for this layer. Can we sync that again? Nice. Yeah. That's what we want. I think we can also make it move actually. So if I'm correct, we have a macro sequencer here. We can turn this on. And then boom, 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 boom. How do we do this now? I know we can make this one move up and down. Range. There we go. So we can just... wait, why is it 24? 32. Also works. Yeah, of course, because it's the 5th. Interesting progression. That uses that Dorian sharp 4 scale a lot. Kinda cool though. Eerie, I like it. Yeah, it sounds pretty... the scale sounds kind of spooky in a way. There's a lot of one semitone intervals in this scale. Like you got E, then you have F sharp and G, which are one semitone intervals. Then you got A sharp and B, and then you got C sharp and D, and then that's it basically. So you got 3 sets of one semitone intervals, which is really interesting. Can also use that. Well, here, let's see, here, you got a G and an F sharp, right? But that F sharp is actually a major 7 above that G. So this would be G minor, so you would get G, A sharp, we would have them all here. Get a D. The major 7 interval above that G. Now normally this would also be, in regular minor, this would also be a major chord. See, so you get just a major 7. But because this scale flattens, or I guess not flattens that note, but it kind of sharpens that note, you get a minor chord option as well. You could still make this a G major in this scale, but you can also make it a G minor because we suddenly get that A sharp now. And then you get a minor with a major 7. But we're leaving out that note and that note. And this is that's just a stack of thirds. What is it called? An augmented chord, I believe, if I'm correct. But it leads perfectly back into E, so kind of interesting. Now let's see. Let's just do this, and let's see what other notes we have in here, what other chords, because we might get some other cool options. So we also have F sharp, right? F sharp is also in here. Let's just leave these at E, and let's play around with these ones. So let's do an F sharp. That would be a major interval. That would work. But that's also F sharp. So that could also work. It kind of works as well. It kind of goes back into E pretty well. Like I was concerned that this would want to go to B, which is the kind of like the scale that this whole scale is derived from. It's coming from B harmonic minor. I think it's a mode from B harmonic minor if I'm correct, but it still kind of works. So that could also be one that we could use. And then what else do we have? Like we have that B chord as well. So what would what would that be? Just a B minor. Yeah, I think as soon as we use that, it starts sounding like we're just in B minor. I think as soon as we start using that one kind of wants to be the home chord, which is not what we should do because we are in E, right? But let's see, we also have C sharp. So C sharp would be, I guess, a minor chord. But we don't have the fifth. So it would be a C sharp diminished. What is happening? Why are you playing continuously? Okay, whatever. We also have that chord. What can we do with that? I guess that could work, yeah. For the C sharp, we could just see it as an F sharp minor or F sharp major chord, but then just put the C sharp in the bass instead of F sharp, because on C sharp itself we only have that diminished chord. But this one is also an interesting one. What the? Kinda sounds like that one. Kinda sounds like what I normally hear when I use harmonic minor. I don't know how to describe that one. Piano. Let's grab that one real quick. That is. Interesting. Oh, well, let's just start making something. I kind of like this scale, so let's do something with it. I'm gonna bring in that kick drum that I made earlier. I saved that one in here. Drums, kicks, dirty kick. Something dirty kick. There we go. Bring this kick in. So I made this kick drum, and it's actually wait, something is not working. What? That's alright. This one is not doing anything. Probably the elevotal. What's happened with the elevotal? It's not getting any MIDI. Oh, okay. I just need to reset this thing. Okay, cool. Instrument rack, elevotal. There we go. There we go. Now the kick is what it should be. So I was playing around with this thing, which is basically just... I've got like 3 layers here, so I was playing around with using like a reverb to kind of add a bit of dirty, or make like a dirty kick. But instead of just putting the reverb on the main kick, I was using like a second sort of like kick channel to make the reverb part. So we have just like a kick here. It was actually pretty long. It has a pretty long tail because I wanted that sub to kind of be in the reverb part. But then we have the reverb kick here, which is just another serum patch, but then with a hybrid reverb on it, creating that sound. And then it's cut off by this elevotal. So we have control over the length. And then that layers with that one. And play with the level as well. And then I added like another sample layer in there, just a bit quieter. and got to this, which sounded pretty cool. So I think these are actually also different, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so see, the first one is the amplitude of the kick, so we can see that this one has a different amplitude envelope than the other one. This one is actually a lot longer than the reverb kick, and then the pitch envelope also looks different. See, so it's actually a completely different kick that I've used to make the reverb part, and that is what I was playing around with, to kind of see how that would affect the final sound of it. So the main kick sounds like that, and then the reverb kick, if we take the reverb off, and I guess this as well, sounds like that. So that is creating the reverb signal. And let's then lay it with that. What kind of, we just make some drums. Now there's also a bit of weird EQ happening after this here, because it's saturated quite heavily together. And this EQ here is really shaping the sound, like it's just making it sound a bit darker. But all these weird cuts, like these pretty deep cuts, are kind of messing with how the tail looks, and that kind of results in it sounding like this. I think you should be able to see that as well if we just record it. Let me turn the count in off. So that's with the EQ, and without, I think the tail looks quite different. Well, it's actually not too different. It's not like it's completely changing it, but it does sound a bit darker, which is nice. I felt it sounded a bit boxy after the heavy saturation. But let's just make a little bit of drums first. Let's do this pattern. And let's just do the same thing for the snare, actually. Let's kind of do the same idea. So we're just gonna grab a serum. And let's just grab a sine wave. And we'll just make this do something like that, maybe. Put it on there. Now, we are feeding a C note in here, so we can choose. Maybe we want this to be E. Oh, wait, that's a fine tune. Bring this up 4. So then this hits on E. And we're gonna grab another one. Just make a really short kind of thing, bend it up like that. Make it quite quick. Drop it on the coarse pitch. Make that unipolar. And you've got a bit of a transient. And then we can grab another one of these, maybe do something like that. And then we'll put some noise on here. And just, oh no, drop that one on here. Now, this one wants a high pass filter. Something like that. Probably make this a bit shorter as well. And then I like to do that. So it also adds a little bit of noise on the transient. Now, this is just a very basic starting point at this point. So let's just, I don't need MPE, so let's group this. And let's open this up. So that is our fundamental. And then we want another layer in here. So let's just create another chain. And I think in the, right here. Oh yeah, it's already open. Nice. These are basically just samples that I made by bouncing the snares from Addictive Drums. With like different velocities and shit, so let's just see if we can find one that we like. Want something with a bit of resonance, but not too much. Maybe that one. So I can just chuck this in here. And I think it's this one. Now we're probably gonna make this quite a bit shorter, but let's just leave it at this for now. And let's maybe start with adding an EQ, and I'm gonna grab a fat pelt EQ because I need a pretty steep EQ, which we cannot do with Ableton stock. Well, we can if we just, you know, like stack a couple of different EQs, but let's just do this and make this a low cut, and we want this to be a break wall. We're probably gonna leave that one in. And if I bring our own snare back and then grab ourselves a shifter, put that after the EQ, and now we can shift this around. We get all kinds of different resonances. And then if we want this to be shorter, we just grab this point and we add a fade out. And then we add a bit of a fade in here so that we have our own fundamental coming through a bit easier. We can also do the LFO tool thing on here. So we could even leave this longer and then use LFO tool to make it shorter. But I like it to use the fades already here. Now let's also add a saturator after this whole thing. And let's just do digital clip and let's boost that up quite a bit, maybe 8. So that we are clipping into here so that I can hear what happens when it's a bit louder. And then we can start working on this a bit better. So I might also try out to see what one of these other ones would sound like. And then we have to adjust that. That one actually works pretty well too. We can also go back in here and now see, we don't want to have these, but that one we do kind of want to leave in. And as long as we do that EQing before the frequency shifter, then the frequency shifter is just going to shift what comes out of that EQ around. So somewhere around here sounds pretty cool. I also bought a new plugin. I bought myself this thing, ST4B, which is quite nice, but it also comes with this handy single bend transient shaper, which is kind of handy. So I could put that on just the resonance part and decrease this if it's too much, or increase it and it actually becomes shorter. But this is still I think it's also quite louder than the fundamental part, if I'm correct. I might want to decrease it a little bit. Might want to be a little bit higher, actually. And see, so it's literally just that now. And now we can probably also go back into this one. And see, maybe could go an octave up. Or we could put this on B, maybe. Let's see what happens if we do that. Then it wants to have a different resonance, so then we want to go back in here and change this one. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Let's add an LFO tool to this one. Just at the end here, we'll just add an LFO tool. And then we'll start with that. And I'm going to grab an external instrument, drop that in here, and let's also rename this to resonance. And then the external instrument is just to trigger LFO tool. So we're just going to mute that and then send this into LFO tool like that. So now this one has a MIDI signal coming in, and then I can click this one twice, so it turns into envelope mode. And then if I also click this one, then it basically also gates it afterwards. Not really needed, but kind of works. So now we can use this to control the length of this. Now, one beat is actually already too long for this, so let's just make it an 8 note. And we can cut that resonance a little bit shorter if we want to. See? But that's actually a pretty decent snare at the moment. To start off with. Maybe a little bit long on the fundamental, actually, now I look at it. Quite a long sort of like fundamental going on here, so we could maybe decrease that a bit. Go into the fundamental, and then we just go into here. So that's this one. We could just speed that up a bit. And that will also make it sound a little bit less, how to describe it? Like usually when I hear these snares with like these really long fundamental parts in it, like this, it makes me always think about like the old school style of making drums, where people just lay it like 3, 4, 5 different snares on top of each other and just, you know, try to make it work. That's how we used to do drums back in the day, but the downside of it is that you get these really smeared and long fundamentals usually. Especially in like dubstep, it was early dubstep, like when like early heavier dubstep, you would get these really long snares, these which a lot of times is just way too overpowering for a track. So speeding this up kind of works, makes it sound. We can actually go really quick and still get enough sort of like punch. If I bring this back up, we get that fundamental really coming through. But all it really needs to do is add a little bit of punch at the start. So that fundamental itself is now literally, if you turn the noise off, look how short that is at the top here. Just close you down. It's like super short. But even like with just a bit of noise, it still works. And if we now record this, see how short that is? It's actually a bit too short maybe now, but it still hits. So let's just make this a little bit more like that. Something like that maybe. Pretty decent. Okay, so let's check, because this kick is made up out of a bunch of layers. What I want to try is can I group this into a drum rack? Yes, we can. Nice. So if I do this, if I now duplicate this one, we just have a copy of it. And then in here we can do this. So we have this one, let's just rename that to main kick. And then I want to have a bit of a shorter one. So short kick, maybe. And all we have to do is just go into here and change this curve to be down a bit. And then that second one should be... not yet. Maybe it doesn't work if I use the preview here. Let's just try out. If we do... Why is this long pattern? And then this one, I wanted, I don't know, maybe... Let's do there. Yeah, see, it definitely works. Now it's way too short. So let's just bring this in a bit. Now, the other thing is that sub in this one is also really long. So that is this tail right here. Probably just going to bring that back a bit as well. Okay. What happens if we decrease this a bit? I mean, that's already pretty good. So we have like a bit of a shorter one as well. Okay, cool. Let's add a bit of a hat or something. Should we grab addictive drums? Let's just do this. Let's see, what can we do here? Sure. This one can go away. Now, we'll probably change that later anyway, but for now, we got some drums. I do need to start working a bit on a vibe now, because otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. Also, if there's any questions, just let me know. You know the deal. Right, so we could probably bring that in at some point, but let's just, I don't know, let's search for impact. What do we get? Quite wide, yeah. Let me just make it mono. Sure. Says that it's E, so let's just think it's E. Let's make some kind of a drone kind of thing. Let's see if I have some sample that we can use. Let's open up a... Let's do a current. And let's do granular. And then we'll find a sample to put in there. Let's see, what do we have? Texture. Got some atmosphere maybe, that could be cool. Where the... let's see, I got... Could have named these folders. Instead of just only giving them a date. Some of them are named though. Let's see, maybe I should go to... Oh, maybe one of these could work. Right, it's in D sharp, so let's put that on D sharp. Then we'll just chuck that somewhere in the middle. Give it some spray. Give it a couple of layers. Let's spread those out a bit as well. And then we'll bring this up a bit. Then we can maybe set this to random or waves. Waves kind of cool too. God damn it. Question is though, is it the right note? Seems to be E. Yeah. Okay. Not sure if this one's gonna work, but let's see. Finally, they also did the update that I asked for. They asked, I asked for them to link the position to this, just being able to click on here, and they did it. So I'm so happy. So much better now. Let's try out a different one. Come on. But this obviously starts way too big right off the bat like that, and we want to make it grow a bit throughout. Lol, but you're still using the button? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Maybe I did it because I'm now at this point used to clicking on here, but no, it's quite nice having this. It reminds me much more of how Pigments did that, and it's just nicer. The only thing I now wish that they can still add is a little scroll bar at the top here that just allows you to zoom in, or maybe just having, oh, hey, scroll wheel adjusts the spray. Oh, cool. I was gonna say, or use the scroll wheel so that you could zoom in on the view, and then that would also give you finer control with your mouse when moving that line around. But scroll wheel already changes the spray, so they should probably just add like a little bar at the top, and maybe if you hover over that and use the scroll wheel, it switches to zoom, and you can click and drag it, maybe something like that. But I didn't know that this scroll wheel controls the zoom, or the spray. Quite helpful. No? I know I'm EQing it here, but I'll add some more high end in here. More like that, and then we can use another filter in here to filter it again. Maybe before this one. Oh, we had those other chords in there as well. I'm not sure if we're gonna use these chords right away, but do you think that Kern is out of his baby shoes? I mean, yeah. I think so. It's pretty decent. There's still like some things that I definitely would like to see improve, but you know, we'll definitely get to that. It's just, you know, at this point, it's a really good synth. So yeah, I think it's pretty much there. But yeah, like they also said that they'll be improving it anyway. So they're like, you know, they will keep developing it. So it can only get better from here, I think. But it's already a really good synth. So. Do let's see. I just wished we had more control over these layers. I guess we could do that if I mute this one. Yeah, if I mute that one, and we're gonna duplicate this. And then we're going to mute the other two in here. Then I can move this to a group, so let's just group these. So we have only one reverb, instead of two the same reverbs. So then we can go in here, because I hear this note. And it would be cool to have that one extend over that next chord. Let's see what happens. Over that next bass hit right here. Let's see. We could maybe bring this thing in here as well. Let's do that. Oh, let me turn the intro thing off. Oh yeah, let's do that on the group maybe. That in front of the reverb, let's see what we get. Could be nice. Automating that a bit. This one. Oh, here. Gonna automate that up. Now we're probably gonna have to add some extra stuff, some percussion here. Let me just let's do some weird percussion, because like we're in like a bit of a weird vibe with the skill anyway, so let's do weird percussion as well. Let's start with some Foley thing as soon as Ableton saved. There we go. Let's see. I had the Patreon pack. Which one was it? This one. Patreon pack of October last year. there's a bunch of these Foley sounds that I recorded, and they're like crunchy sounds. It might sound a little bit weird right now because the warping is on in the Ableton browser, but let's just do... I guess we're gonna use a MIDI track. And we'll chuck in a sampler. And then we'll grab one of those sounds. So let's see. That one is nice and crunchy. Let's put that in here. And let's set that to slice mode. So we can maybe bring the sensitivity down a bit. So that spreads these cuts out a bit more as well. And looks more at like some of the louder transients, but we'll probably adjust that later. We just want really short hits anyway, so I'm going to... if I set this to beats, then we get the same thing as what we have in any audio clip. So we can just set this to one-shot mode and bring this down a lot. And then now, if I go in here, just make like a short clip. Let's mute or solo that. And then I think from C1, we should get all kinds of short, weird kind of percussion bits. So we can just start making a little pattern with it. This is actually quite a long pattern. Maybe do 1 bar. Or maybe 2 bars, that's... And then if we, of course, play that with the rest of our thing so we can hear what we're doing, we can make a weird little percussion thing. Then maybe... They're also velocity sensitive, of course, so... That... I'll maybe put you there, and repeat these with these. Chuck you there. And then now if we play with sensitivity, we can get all kinds of different ones. Now it also makes them longer, so might not want to do that. Instead we can also just change the start position. And we'll get different ones, but they're gonna sound pretty similar. Yeah, I know, it doesn't matter. And we can also try a different sample. A little bit louder. Red bulb can be crashed. Makes for good percussion, actually. Now, it is also stereo, so we might change that a little bit. Let's see. And let's also start processing this a bit because it's still really simple. Let's just do this. High pass it a bit. And let's maybe just make this mono. And then let's chuck on... I'll just also loop this for now. And let's chuck on a vocoder. Set that to modulator. Let's also add an erosion in here. Maybe before the vocoder. But that's not really doing much. Maybe we'll actually go to noise on this one. And then can I... Oh, maybe we'll go that direction. Let's see. Sure. Let's add another EQ. Maybe a short reverb in there. Let's do a hybrid reverb. Let's try it before the erosion so that the noise gets added to the reverb. Let's put this on... Let's do convolution. Which one worked best? I think the first one was actually alright. Suddenly really loud for some reason. I'm not sure why, but... Oh, that one is just loud. Was it one of these? Yeah, I think one of these. What can we do to it to make it nice? I do have one rack that we can use. Because I made it mono. Because the stereo is probably not really that good. But I have... Well, it's now stereo again, of course, because this thing is on it. That makes it stereo. But I also have this rack. Which kind of just splits the incoming sound in 2 bands, and one of the bands is like wide and has like a chorus on it, and then afterwards it kind of does a bit of a stereo trick to make sure that when you sum it to mono, that extra stereo information does not interfere with whatever is in the center, in the mid channel. So this one, I can make it pretty wide, and like this is now getting a lot of extra width. You can see it's quite wide. I mean, it's already wider, but now it's even wider. And you don't really notice much of a difference in terms of the sound, but it does add width. This one, this rack, I made it to kind of, when you have like those hi-hat samples, for instance, and they are completely mono, and you need to make them stereo. This rack is really handy for that. I'll drop it on Patreon pretty soon. It's just, yeah, you just add it on a mono hat, and then it just makes it stereo, without really making it sound bad in mono, which is what you want. Let's see. I think I'm gonna leave that thing. It's not really working, so we'll move on and see what else we can do. This section is fine. It probably just needs a bit of ear candy or something coming up at the end. Yeah, this thing is not really doing what I want. Maybe if we add a limiter here and then bring this down. And let's add this one. Add an EQ. I mean, that can work. In the background, probably need some other things as well. That could work. Weird, crunchy perk. What can we add? What should we add? We should probably make something to add a bit of like build a bit of tension, so like some noise kind of thing. Let's make one. I'm just gonna go and grab... Oh, the folder is still open. Nice. Let's see... Sure. Grab one random sound that is quite noisy. There's also a little bit of resonance in it. And a bit of a thing in the tail, but that doesn't matter. We're just gonna drown this in reverb anyway. So that should not matter. Let's just add a ton of reverb. First thing, let's do the hybrid reverb. And make it mono, so that it's just a mono sample, but it's longer than what it was before. Just do something like that. Don't really care about what this is doing, honestly. Just so that we have a bit more length. That's what every guy wants, right? And then let's just chuck on that. And we'll just... or should we use... yeah, let's just use this. Do the Bright Hall, maybe. And do... Come on. Now... Let's bring this high shelf up. So we... Well, that's maybe a bit much. Let's bring it down a little bit. There we go. Make it a bit bigger. See, like, it doesn't matter that this is mono, because this second one just makes it super wide anyway. So, let's add another reverb. Let's do shimmer. And that one has the plus 12, so if we add feedback, we should get like some more high end as well. Okay, cool. And let's compress the hell out of it. Not that much. That should do the job. And then let's just make sure we have no low end in this. We could also just turn this off, but there's still low end happening because of the reverbs. Those have like low end in it, so let's just do this. Now there is resonance in that, so let's see if that resonance actually sounds cool with the track. Let's just... Where are we gonna drop this? We can try it here at the start, see if that works. And we can also hear the pitch with the other sound. It kinda works already. Because there is kind of a resonance in there, but it's so subtle that it probably doesn't even matter. So I'm just gonna leave it on that. And I'm just gonna freeze this. And we'll just flatten that. Now, we can see if it sounds cool here too. Probably gonna sound cool there. But I wanted to also duplicate that. Let's just reverse this. And then maybe we'll cut off a little bit there so that works. Might also just grab both of these and just make them a bit louder so that they're a bit more visible in the timeline here. And then let's just let's just adjust that. And then we can adjust this start position so that it's exactly this length. And then we don't have to worry when we move it around. Now we also have to decrease these a little bit further because we made them louder in the clip. You hear I'm getting confused by this. Let's just move all this out of the way. You go there. Because the first part is the notes that I want, not the second part. Okay, so this one, I'm also going to adjust this start position a little bit so that it starts more like that. Kind of takes off that first bit, because the first bit, even though there's a lot of reverb on it, it still sounds kind of dry. And then also there's a little bit of a quieter start at the start of the sample, see? It kind of takes a little bit before the reverb has fully sort of like come in. You can see it as well. It just starts a bit quieter. So by just bringing that position in like one beat, you just take that off a bit. And I'm adding a fade again, so it's making it's again doing that, but it sounds slightly See? We're taking just that first part off a bit, which is also where the resonance is mostly audible. Okay. Equalizer. Still don't like that thing, but whatever. It's a weird skill, but I kinda like it. See. I wanna bring the drums in at some point. How long is this? 1 minute, roughly. Probably gonna have the drums first come in after this, to be honest. Then we'll do a switch where it starts going into like drum and bass. But I do think we really want to utilize some interesting intro here with the chords, because we have that skill, right? We want to use it and make it sound interesting. Let me open up a piano again. There you go. You can see this. Can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to think like what we could do in here when these chords are playing. Like if we just play this with this. I could use. That's interesting. That's weird. Can we do something? Let's see. I need something more. Maybe we can use this hat. Just a bit much, but let's just. Do a different pattern. Let's do this. Something like that as a pattern in the intro, because we have this drum pattern that I made, right? So that has kind of a similar kind of vibe. So yeah, that kind of works. Pattern. Let's see if I can make these a bit tighter. Oh, want to move that. So something will have to happen in the first part, but then let's see. Probably gonna have to do some more work on those hats to make them sound better later, but we're getting somewhere with that. Okay, so I wanna check. I like this. That one. Such a weird progression, but and this one we do. Kind of works. Yo dude, do you start making music with everything hitting peaks or do you write straight at -6? What is your workflow? Right now we're just going into the master at whatever volume this is. I have no clue. Is this loud enough or does it need to be louder? I don't know. There's no limiter yet on the master. Well, there is, but it was turned off. So at the moment, we're not really doing any gate staging. We're mostly focusing on using the width skill today. Should I add like some kind of a... maybe an ARP-like element? Not like a full-on ARP, but like... you know, something that does a bit of a pattern. So that we already hint at that chord progression in that first section, even though the full chords are not there. Because right now, it doesn't sound like that. What do you mean, -12? But usually when I start doing the final mix of a track, I do bring down like... well, it kind of depends how my project is looking. If it's like really nicely organized in like groups with like drums and bass and stuff like that, then usually those groups will sit anywhere between like -6 to -8 dB, and then I'll just aim to make sure that the group, especially for the drums, like the drums group will then be hitting 0 dB on the output of the group, of course. So like on the output of the group pre-fader, so pre the volume fader of the group itself. And then I just make sure that it hits 0 there, and then I just bring the group itself down to -8 or -6, depending on what I'm doing. It doesn't really matter what level it is, as long as the sort of like the combined level of everything is still below 0, so that you have a little bit of headroom on the master. That's all that matters. So, but usually I'll be at like -8 or something. Kick is usually the loudest thing in your track, right? So usually the kick will be hitting at like -8. Something like that. And then I'll just mix everything else around it, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it really doesn't matter what that level is. You can set that kick drum to -12, or -10, or -8, or -6, or whatever, as long as you mix everything around it. So that's the only thing that matters. Like, the first level that you pick does kind of change what all the other levels are gonna be. But as long as you mix around whatever loudest element in your track is, you should be fine. And then the level really doesn't matter. It's just about how everything sounds in context. But we're not doing mixing at this point, so... yeah, let's just make some kind of a thing. So... let's just see if we can make an ARP that follows that chord progression. So, what chord progression are we doing again? Let's, we had a piano as well. Let's solo that, and let's check real quick. So we had this E to G, E to A sharp, and I think they're all minor. Am I wrong? Or they might be minor and diminished or something. E. I can also bring up the piano for you guys if you want. Go. We have E minor, first chord. That's just a regular minor chord. And then we're going to G. I think is also a minor chord. Yeah. So we can... yes, we can, if we have E minor, we can lower the 5th to A sharp and lower the first note to D. Then we get, if we play G in the bass, we get a G minor chord, but then kind of inverted. Which works really well, just going back and forth between those. And then that other one was an A sharp chord, but I don't think we have the 5th yet. We get a diminished chord. Kinda cool. So if we do an ARP based on that, let's see what we get. So let's just do this long. And I might change the pattern of the chords as well, depending on what the ARP is gonna do. I'm just gonna start with something real simple, and then we'll probably work on it more to make it better. But let's just do an E, We probably can make this shorter for now. We can put the F sharp in there as well. And then in this one, let's bring that one up to G. Now, let's just see what we got. Just add that one, doesn't matter. Let's start with just a bit that. Now what it wants, reverb. Maybe we'll even just chuck on the reverb like this, just like on the channel itself, without having a dry group. Just do that. And let's add a thermal after this. Thermal always glues things together just on the default preset. Like, it just adds like a little bit of light saturation, which is really nice to kind of glue things together. Usually works pretty well. And then you can use this to get more. Get it a bit louder. Okay, so let's do a little bit of EQ after that, probably. Just so we take out a little bit of that low end. Or maybe we can leave it in for now. I think I'm gonna replace this with an envelope, because then I can. Well, we could also do it inside of this. Let's just set this to envelope mode and then make this longer to 1 bar. We have that. Just make sure we have a bit of a release here. And then if I add another point here, I can basically use this as a decay. So I can just say right click, modulate X, LFO bus 1, macro 1, and adds this thing. So then I just go into here, and let's just make sure it's only going up. And then I can adjust this so that it goes all the way up to there. Come on, all the way up, like that. And then now macro 1 controls the position of that point. We get that, which is actually really nice. Now, we're just using a saw wave, that's literally it. But what if we do a bit of... Can we do that? I think we can. Guess we could use the chaos for that. So that is re-triggering as well. Can we... I guess that always re-triggers. Because it looks like it always re-triggers. See? Let's use something else then. Let's use LFO 2. And then we'll turn this into a sine wave, like that. I usually like to curve it a little bit less than what the default sine wave is, but it doesn't really matter. So we get that, and we can have that free running, and then let's do that. I think we need to turn that off as well. And then if I use a chaos on the rate here, so on LFO 1 or 2 rate, then we can change the speed of that randomly, but that's still... Well, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Why is that not... Why can't we just have that free running? That would be so nice. Oh, I know something we can do. We can use the note on random. So that every time a note hits, it has a random speed. That's kind of cool. So the fine tune is just moving around in random speeds. And then what if we do note on random 2 on the amount? Also increase it a bit. Now some notes get more, while others don't. And we can also change this position if we want. So we could say this is our decay. Probably should map that to macro 2 instead of macro 1. So that we have macro 1 to create our attack. So we can keep that there, I guess, and then we'll just do LFO bus 2, macro 1, and then this is our attack. And then that probably doesn't have to be that long, but let's see. Okay, that's a bit long. Plus it's also going 2 ways. about as long as we are probably gonna wanna go. Now the release, if we filter end? No, envelope. Come on. Which we're not even gonna use that much of this. We might only have it go from like somewhere here. Go up a bit, but maybe if we that's this one, right? Yeah, if we curve this up. Have a little bit more range. I wish there was a better way to do this. Like, I wish they would, maybe in Serum 2, just have like a way to open up this window so you can like change the start position and like the end position, so you can really like zoom in on it and not have like, because now it's obviously also going to curve the automation when we move this knob, right? It's coming up quicker and in the first section, and then the last section it almost sounds identical for like quite a bit. Like right here, it already sounds almost like it's at 100%. Right? It does still get a little bit more, but it's all right like this. But yeah, the skill was cool. Something weird. Try something weird. Group this one. Let's create another chain. So that's a dry chain. Let's bring this down. Some spray maybe. Let's try 2. And then let's bring this up. What happens if we let's grab an envelope follower. Okay, let's check the U on the frequency here. That's really fucking weird. Let's do 100 and 0. Oh. But let's do, I don't know. More like that, and then we can oh, that's so weird. such a weird sound, but I love it. This extra... Just listen to the difference. Adds such an interesting layer to it. What happens if we add an infiltrator into this? So I really like this thing, this very speed module. That one is so interesting. Like if we just bring this to exactly 50, which is a bit finicky, but there we go. And then we can use this tempo here to decide where it changes everything, but let's set it to 1/2, and it's a bit low already, so let's just chuck a pitch device on in front of it and do a +12 here. Can sometimes be really interesting. That's like a weird... But in this case it doesn't work too well, so let's just go back to what we were doing. And let's instead just not click save, click random. What the hell? Always good to make sure that we put a limiter after this, just to be sure. What the hell? Must chuck it after the reverb. We could also try where is it? Portal. Portal might be even better on this one. Maybe it's too much. It's already sounding alright like this. Maybe we just want to do some automation on it to make it fit. But I like the chord progression, and this arp pattern has a pretty interesting sound because of that chord progression. So let's just see where it takes us. Chickens? Where are you seeing chickens? Well, maybe that note could be different. turn this up a little bit more. Yeah. It does make a difference, but with the infiltrator effect? Oh, okay. That's our tech, decay. We got that, and we got a macro that we aren't using, so let's leave it like that. Go. Let's see this one. And then we want to have the decay also increasing, so let's use the decay as well. And probably a bit more like this, so that tension, come on, building. Let's just go up that. And then that kick hits, bomb. And then we get a complete switch up probably, where it starts building again, but with drums. Ooh, maybe kind of like what that... Did you guys hear that new Sleepnet tune? Fucking hell, mate, that tune is fucking nice. He did it again. He did it again. I heard it earlier today. I didn't hear it earlier yet. I heard it earlier today. I was like, damn, that tune is fucking nice. Amazing tune that. Yeah, exactly. How those drums come in just after the intro. Damn. Might just get a little inspired by that, to be honest. Now I hear this build-up of this harp thing. Let's see how it sounds with everything. Not that I'm going for that, but it's like I like that switch up that he does with the towards after the intro towards the drums. Like that could be pretty cool. Something like that. I mean, we have a similar drum pattern, I guess. Like the placement of the kick and snare. Okay. We can probably also automate that time here. which is also quite interesting. That is the time of the grain delay. If I automate that, like we go from that to and that makes it sound a bit weirder, but then as if I also automate the spray, we should get some pretty cool things. So let's damn it. Let's do time. Let's just map that to macro, and let's do the spray as well. Yeah, I'm anal about these names, sorry. There we go. So we got that as well. Probably only gonna automate it a lot towards the end here. We're really building up. And let's see if we bring the spray in as well. I mean, choosing a weird skill worked for today, so... and a weird skill it is. Sounds spooky. Down. That spray is cool, but the time might be a bit much, because when the spray goes up, that time also gets affected more. So let's the time a little bit less. Might even just leave the time on like one setting. You could change the very last note, I know, yeah, that could be cool maybe. This one. But I'll see. For now this works. I just want to keep it not too complicated and changing here. So I just want to leave that for now. The scale is E Dorian sharp 4. Which, if you want to know what that is, E Dorian sharp 4 would be that. And that's what we're using. And we're using kind of a chord progression that goes from E minor to G minor, then back to E minor, and then it does a, I guess, an A sharp diminished. But we go that, which is not the augmented. Such a weird skill. You also get a diminished chord for the root position. You can also go from like an E minor to an E diminished. A lot of interesting options in this skill. It's kind of like an E Dorian, but then slightly different. And you can also mix it with Dorian really easily. That's also pretty nice. We can mix it with regular Dorian, which I'm not doing, but we could. Might be helpful for the drop. Like, if we get to the drop, it might be helpful to use the regular Dorian, because might not work always, depending on what we're gonna do in the drop. Sometimes especially when you have like a drop, if you get like too crazy with the harmony and shit in it, which it sometimes just sounds weird and off, and doesn't work too well, so you might want to switch a little bit to something that's a bit more, maybe even just a regular minor scale, or just in this case, I guess, Dorian, which is one note different from regular natural minor. But we're mostly just playing around today, and we've come up with some pretty interesting chord here. Let's think. What are we gonna do now? Okay. Our weird arp comes in a bit weird. What if we grab... I'm just going to record this real quick, or freeze this one. Bass. Yeah, I want to start doing some other stuff as well, and I'm not too sure yet if the ARP is going to work, but we'll see. I'm going to try out something real quick to see if we can make it work. Make it sound a little bit less sudden. I'm just going to put you on here. And I'm going to reverse that. Damn. And let's just grab a nice reverb. We can do vintage verb. I don't know why it does that sometimes. When I click, it just closes the window right away. Not sure why it does that. And let's leave this one be like that, and then we'll do a shimmer for good measure. And we'll have this one instead set to 0 this time, so that it just adds like some shimmery reverb, but not like an octave up. And this one can be quite long as well, probably. Bring this up a bit. Probably bring this one up. Okay, let's make that a bit longer. Let's see, bring that up a bit. And then we really only need a short section, so... kind of like that. Probably. Might want to be a little bit longer, actually. Because it decays pretty quickly. Let's bring this up a bit. And this one as well. Yeah, that way it has a bit more tilt. And then let's just freeze that again. And then we probably want to back a bit. Something like this. Okay, still don't like it, but ooh, what is that gonna do? Oh yeah, that could work. Basically just the same thing as what the other one is doing, but then, well, kind of the same thing. Similar thing. Okay. And then we copy that. And this one, what happens if we do that? Lead us back into that E. I guess that just wants to be that anyway. Now it still follows the same chords, but it's just a slightly different pattern. I feel like the attack could maybe be a bit bigger. let's just see what we can get after here. Those hats, not sure if we need them. See, might not even need them for now. Or maybe a different pattern. Let's try move this here. Let's try just a simple or maybe even that. What if we leave it at what it was, but then... yeah, just blend it in a bit. Have that. Where is it? Here, right? Yeah, this layer might actually be good to split that up as well. So if I just duplicate this again, then I can just consolidate that. Then in here I can just basically mute everything or delete all of that. And then in this one, get rid of these. And then we have the, so like the mid layer synth in this one. Now we have the, just that low bass thing here. So we can also, if we want, process them different. And let's just get rid of all of this. This one has quite a bit of width actually in the low end. Let's just use its IDQ. Make that low end mono. Doesn't really need to be stereo. What are we gonna call this group? Chords. Yeah, still don't like how this thing comes in, but whatever. Don't like the arp to begin with. The pattern. Right, something like that. You can also just repeat these top notes. Yo, Blacktronics, welcome. Let's go and do some extra drums coming in. We want something that we can chop up a bit. Try this pack. I found out which pack this is, by the way. It's from the Music Radar DMB breaks pack. So if you want to find this pack, with all these breaks, they're on the Music Radar website. Let's just grab that one. See if we can do something with it. Make sure that it has all the markers, which it doesn't, of course. Let's add that one. Want that one. Want that one. That one. Oh, and for some reason it has found it there. Ableton is so inconsistent when it comes to this thing. Really annoying. I hope they made that better in Ableton 12, but I don't think they have. Let's do this. And then we can consolidate or quantize that so that they're on grid perfectly. And then we are gonna change this pattern a lot. So maybe we'll do that. pretty wide. Let's also add this limiter real quick. So just want to make it into some weird percussion, I guess, that we can bring in. Also, it started raining outside, so if you hear that on my window, then I'm sorry, but I won't be able to do much about that. Let's add this. Kind of want to have something that's more... Let's get these out of here. Let's make... There we go. Maybe something more like that. What we want. Which one is that? That one. Maybe we'll do that. Just some extra percussion, and then we'll probably want to do some automation on it and like some other stuff to bring it in and kind of blend it in a bit. Add some rhythm into this section. But we're probably going to filter it in as well. It's going to start really quiet. I have Infiltrator, yes. No, I did change colors, yeah. I'm working on a new Ableton theme, which is this one that you're seeing right now. New Ableton theme, plus new Minimeters theme, and a special theme for these things. But this needs to be released, that tool for that, so it's not out yet, I believe. I think it's not released yet. What was it again? Yo, why are you not popping up? Why are you not popping? One. Okay. You released it already? No. From the looks of it, he still hasn't. Somebody's working on a tool to change the color swatches in Ableton, which is really nice. You can make your own presets for it. Try running a hi-hat through Shimmer Reverb and into Infiltrator with the Atmospheric Textures Ever Expanding preset. Okay, I mean we can give that a shot. We've got hi-hats here. But we can also just grab another hi-hat. But this one has Valhalla Room on it. That's fine too. But which preset did you say? That one. What does it do then? Interesting. Right, so just one head. Yeah, weird sound. But I'm not sure if I have a use for that at the moment. Yeah, I figured that. I need to go take a short piss. So, you guys know the deal. I'll just let you listen to this, and I'll go take a bathroom break. I'll be back in just a little bit. Quick speaker test. Speaker test. Yo, Griffin boy, welcome. Okay. Have these. Okay, let's bring in our snare as well. Let's see what we get. Might have to adjust the snare because it's still however we made it at the start. Adjust it a bit. Now, let's see. Could have that one thing, this one. Let's have that one continue. For now. Loop that. Okay, no, let's not do that. Let's just cut that out. Okay, this reverb, let's turn it off right here. And we're probably going to change the patterns of everything, but let's see.
Very nice. I will be back later to rewatch. I love the weird microtonal stuff happening on this track, haha.
Thanks, Griffin Boy, for the 5 great British pounds. Was it British pound sterling, I believe. Thanks a lot. There's not necessarily microtonal stuff. Well, there's maybe a bit because of that one ARP layer. It has some weird detuning happening on it. I added like some weird random stuff to the fine tune, which makes it sound a bit odd. But even without that, I think sounds kind of similar. Microtonal killed me. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a weird skill to begin with. E Dorian sharp 4. So like the harmony in it is already different than what you would normally expect, right? That's kind of what throws you off as well, because we're so used to just hearing regular minor and major, that when you hear this, because the tonal center is E, right? This is kind of like, E minor is kind of like the tonal center of this entire thing. But then we go to a G minor, which wouldn't work normally in E minor. It's not part of the skill, right? You would get D major. But that gives such a different... If we just open this thing, like if I play E major or E minor to G major, and then do... That's kind of what you would normally get in minor, in E minor. Which also works if you go back and forth between it. But it sounds a lot more like a pop track. Right? It would be more like, yeah, it would just be a pop song or something. But because we're going for that E Dorian sharp 4, we get that A sharp in it, which is the flat 5. So then we get, suddenly on G, we get two options. We can do both E major, but we can also do E minor. Then we get to that. But home is still E, right? E still sounds like home bass. And then we can throw that, or what is it? That one in there? That A sharp diminished. It has a lot of tension, yeah. It's really cool skill. But it's kind of like just a Dorian skill, but then with one note different from the regular Dorian skill. You just take the Dorian skill, which is already really close to the regular minor skill, right? If you have E minor. Now that C actually sounds weird. Because we've been working in Dorian the entire time. And now that C actually sounds weird. Now that one sounds spicy. Whereas it's actually just a regular minor scale. But then Dorian, we raised that C to C sharp. And then with a Dorian sharp 4, we take the A, so this one, and we raise it up to an A sharp. So we get... which is kind of just B harmonic minor, but starting on E. Exact same notes, but we're starting on E. So it has that same kind of exotic sound in it as well that you would get from a harmonic minor. But it's in a different position in the scale. It's the 4th note, whereas normally it would be the, what is it, the 7th note of the scale, I believe? Yeah. So you get a similar kind of thing happening, but because it's in a different position in the scale, it sounds completely different. Yeah, I believe it's used quite often in well, Dorian, first of all, Dorian is used a lot in funk music. Like almost every funk track is in Dorian. It's literally just most of the time it's just if we're in E, for instance, then it would be E minor 7 to A major with a minor 7. And just going back and forth. Or even just that. And just doing that over again, but obviously I can play it that quickly and you would probably do more. And then go to that kind of stuff, right? That's what in funk music is used a lot. I believe it even has a name. What was it again? I forgot. The Dorian Vamp, I believe it's called. It's just used in almost every funk track. But that sharp 4 just makes it really interesting, I believe. Well, I think. If we would change that to just a regular, like, we can see real quick what the difference would be. Kind of curious. So we have these notes here. If we just open up the MIDI of that real quick, all we have to do is take the A notes, or the A sharp, is here, and then there's one more here, and we turn that into A, then we would get what we would get with regular Dorian. And let's play it from here. Now that is a sus chord. Which also sounds pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I already thought I forgot a note right there. I mean, it also sounds kind of cool, but it sounds different. Let's go back to what we had, because that's actually pretty cool. I believe, yeah, for soundtracks is also used quite a bit. Like, I know when we're on a piano, I know there's definitely some stuff in there, like... What's that? Isn't that the Halo thing? That's in regular Dorian. I believe that's from the Halo theme, right? I don't know the rest of it. Yeah, you get some pretty weird... Because you have all those one semitone intervals. Like that A sharp chord can be major and minor. You have both options. Then same will go for G. Got G major and G minor. So yeah, so many different options in here. Yeah, I still don't like the ARP. Sorry, I still don't like it. I mean, I do like it, but not how it comes in. What if I reverb the fuck out of it in the start? That might work. So that sounds more muted in this section. That could be good. Because I do kind of like it without there. I like this reverse that we made from it. That works pretty well. So what if we just... we have this reverb. But what if we take... What if we just make a little rack? Let's grab the effect rack. Let's just drop that here. And we'll just add another reverb. Let's grab... Which one could be cool? Just do a Valhalla room, I guess. Let's change select. Let's do map this to a macro one as well. Then we'll change these to be 0, 0, and then we'll flip the range of one of them so that now this is dry. Oh, we probably want to do that the other way around. Let's invert this one and invert that one as well. So now this is dry, this is wet. Oh yeah, that's annoying because that doesn't scale. That doesn't scale linearly. Okay, we can unmap that and that again. We just need to use a utility instead. So we'll just grab a utility right here. Just map that to a macro, and then we'll just copy that to the other chain as well. And then we change the range of that, and then this one. Do we need to flip this one? No, of course the other way around. God damn it. Invert, invert. There we go. Why doesn't it fucking... God damn it, that's annoying. Why isn't it doing what I want? Okay, then we'll just use the dry wet. Because that works. See what happens if we do. No, I still don't like how it comes in. What else can we do? That one is not automated. That kind of works. That kind of worked. Maybe we can still have a little bit of reverb actually. Oh yeah, that one is automated. Delete this. Let's just work on these drums a bit. Let's just start doing that. Let's put you here. I'm actually just gonna duplicate this so I have a separate one for the intro and a separate one for the drop. Probably is gonna be better. Let's just group all the drums. Okay. What else do we have? We got this thing. Piano. Bottom, we're not using that, so let's see. We got drums. Then we got this thing, which is all the chords for the intro here. Got this impact thingy, which kind of we'll just put this together. And this thing, which kind of can... This filtered? Yeah, that's filtered, so let's not put it in that same group, but let's just put it in the same group as all the other things here. So we'll have that. This is just gonna be our music thing, I guess. And then we have this, which is just some noise. So... I mean, we can put that in the same group. Doesn't really matter. So that when we have this, we just get everything except the drums, I guess. Just get everything like that. And then this one should also be in here. Put that there, because it's kind of the more important thing. Then this is, yeah, that leads into there. So then we'll put that here as well. Cool. Organized. What was that? Okay. Let's hook up the sidechain. Oh, that actually makes a difference. Oh, that is because the note gate is on, I think. Yeah. Because the note gate is on. If I turn that off, then it doesn't matter how long this is, I think. Oh no, it still matters. Huh? Interesting. Oh, I turned it off on the wrong one. But it doesn't matter. Let's just check real quick. I think that should change that. If I turn note gate off, then I should be able to make this shorter. Yeah. Okay, cool. That makes working with the MIDI a little bit easier. If I want to do some quicker things, then I don't have to worry about that gate. So let's see. Thinking where I want to have another kick. No, probably there. There or there. Oh. Now this one, let's see. Let's add a sidechain to this. On. Come on, yeah, there we go. And we'll just have that listen to. Oh well, I have to change the name, otherwise it's for some reason that GM Audio Docker freaks out when there's an emoji in the name of the group. So I have to change the name, otherwise it's not gonna work. There we go. Now it just works. Otherwise it doesn't wanna pick the input if there's an emoji in the name of the group for some reason. So okay, whatever, doesn't matter. So now we should have that responding when the kick also plays. Yeah. And when the snare plays as well, by the way. What can we do? What shall we do? We can record this first of all, and I'm gonna listen on my speakers real quick, so to check what we have and get an idea. One moment. Okay. I like where it's going. I do think there's a bit of a weird stereo thing happening every now and then. It's probably the grain delay, honestly. Grain delay, that's one annoying thing of grain delay. It always becomes really wide when you use it. Like, that's one downside, I feel. Like, it would be really nice if there was a width control in grain delay. So, Griffin, if you're watching, and if you do think, I want to make a grain delay VST plugin, add a width control. That would be so great. Like, I can make it less wide by adding a utility afterwards and just decreasing the width, but would be nice to just have like some stereo width control inside of a grain delay. Okay, so let's see this one. What if we just do some more work on these drums and make some more variations on it? I think what could be cool is having maybe some different snare variations as well. Like maybe some bigger ones, like some longer ones as well, and maybe some ones with different pitches that work as well in the same scale. And then we can, maybe we can make like a big as fucking pan snare for like one of the last transition parts. You get what I mean? How late is it? 12:31. Let me go take another piss, and then afterwards it's gonna be drums time. More drums. I'm feeling like making more drums. I'll be back in a minute or something like that. Come on, save. You'll just have the drums as well for now. I'll be back in just a little bit. Oh, my mic was off. I'm sorry. Put those there. And let's see if we can make another snare that we can use. So let's call that snare 2. I really don't understand why it changes the speed of that LFO when we copy the serum. Makes no sense. But it is what it is. So we can just loop this section. And we can go in here and say, okay, what pitch do we want this to be? So this is hitting a B. So what if we go for E instead? Which makes that, and then let's bring that down so that we get that pitch. And then let's start messing with the resonance. And let's also make this longer. And maybe pick a different one. Kind of want to have maybe a different snare in here that we have, because this one is quite short. Oh yeah, we also have the LFO tool. There we go. Get some more length of that in that one. Let's take this 1/4. What is that? What is that extra thing there? No clue. Oh, it's just not going. It's just leftover bit from what the oscilloscope has captured. It's not actually there. We want this snare to be a bit more. Let's try a lower one. Yeah, it sounds good. Might use this one as just a second snare. Although it does need to be a bit more processed, because this one sounds just a lot more... well, it sounds a lot more produced than this one now does. But that's just something we can fix. I kind of want this to have a different resonance though. So we might actually go and grab a different sample. So I can do that because I have a ton of these. So let's go into here. And then, where is it? Snares, acoustics. There we go. Could work. Something with a nice long tail. Ooh. What if we chuck that in there? Chuck this in here. Now obviously the resonance is going to be wrong, because it's going to be completely not the right resonance. But let's just turn these off for now. And turn this off. So let's go in here and let's first cut off the fundamental. think in this one we want to keep that resonance. And then we're gonna put the shifter back on. I'm not sure if this is the right snare. Let's try taking off that entire section. Maybe. Let's make the resonance a little bit louder on this one. Let's try out a couple of other ones here. Don't need that one on this one. Let's grab Pro Q. Let's see what we can do here. Let's try something weird. Probably want to go a bit longer on that. And I can make sure that doesn't cut off, but it has the full thing. And then we bring this back. And it's definitely not the right pitch here. Might try out a different snare again. Maybe just a different sample in here, because I've got a lot of other ones. Ooh, that one is louder though. Much louder resonance. That one sounds kind of cool. Not sure if it's what I want. Move you there. Not exactly, but yeah, this one just wants to go there, but that's not the right resonance. So let's try another sample. Dun. I mean, it's the same snare drum, so it's probably gonna sound similar. Although it is a different, how do you say it? Different hit, but yeah, let's try a different snare. Try that one. Probably there. See, we got a different sound because we have a different sort of like snare sample going in here now, and the resonance is different in that, so. Now we can also see if maybe the fundamental wants to be different. Let's just go down to a B again, maybe. Go down pretty low on that fundamental. Maybe make that a bit longer. That's starting to sound more like what we want. More like what we want. Let's make this fundamental. Instead of having the basic shapes, if I just grab a rounded square, so we get this. And add a bit more of that sound in here. This one might want to be different as well. Please keep the chat in English so I can understand what everybody's saying. Okay, so still, let's see. Resonance is still not right. Resonance is always tough. That's right, but different velocity layer maybe. Ooh, that one has a really high resonance in it. That was actually the high resonance. But it actually sounds cool. Maybe. It kind of sounds still a little bit too same to the other one. I want it to be a little bit. Is the Russian bot? I don't know what it's saying. What are you saying? So. It's good for now. Yeah, it's still too similar to the other one. Really want it to be quite different. And I think it's the resonance that still wants to be different. That might work. It has a really loud resonance in it. And this one might also want to be longer. Can we do this? Oh no, that's of course the LFO tool is doing that. You have to go into the LFO tool. Okay. Something like that, maybe. That one is quite different. First one was better. See, these are really resonant. I wish there was a way to move these simultaneously. That would be so much better. Just chuck that at the end. The LFO tool is handling the tail anyway, so it doesn't matter. We go down even more. Let's see. 4 is E, then G would be 7. So that actually is a note that would... I'm actually tuning the snare, but it actually works pretty well. Now, I just need that one to sound a bit bigger. Like that transient is a bit weak compared to that. So let's go back into here. This one we can bring... Wait, are we on the wrong one? We are on the right one. Okay. I thought I brought that down. Oh, that was on the ghost snare. Could try adding another one in here if we do this. And then let's just grab another LFO on here. That's gonna sound really weird, but bear with me. Let's do 7. No, not doing what I wanted to do. Okay. And probably is this. So that's triggering also on the ghost snare, by the way. Can I fix that? No, that's gonna be annoying. Well, I'll just do the sidechain manually later when I get to that. But let's I mean, it sounds fine. It's just that the transient needs to be a bit bigger. Like a bit stronger. How are we gonna do that? We could try something weird. We could try using that and putting that on here. See what happens. Like a really short. It is very subtle. You can give it a bit of a woody kind of sound. Could be cool, but sure if that's what we want to go for. Does work though, a little bit. Oh, it still sounds too weak compared to the other one. Let's add this one in front of here. That should be on the entire one. Yeah, this one sounds a bit weird now because I added that FM. Let's let's just turn this off. I mean, it sounds a bit weird to begin with. I hear it by itself. What is that? What I'm hearing? What is off? Doesn't make much of a difference. Resonance, probably. How are we gonna make this bigger? Why are you not doing anything? I mean, it is really low at the moment. That works too. But it's like, I don't know, maybe the pitch of the fundamental just needs to be different. And not a G. We could also go for... what else were we using? I mean, let's just try E. That one kind of works too. Something like this. But it's still the transient a little bit, I think, that just sounds a bit weaker. I could try the Kilohertz transient shaper. If I grab that, maybe put it in front of here. I mean, it does tend to work pretty well. I always forget what the speed is. Is quicker is up, right? Higher values result in snappier, yeah. Does work. But now it's a bit loud, I think. Yeah. Let's decrease this a bit. I mean, it is better now. Okay, that's kind of nice. Am I gonna make a ghost snare? I don't really feel like making a ghost snare for it. be nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty close to what it should be, I think. I do want to see real quick if I add... So there's a kick hitting right here. What if we add this one right there? And then I actually think we might need a ghost snare for this one, but then to use there. Obviously something is going to be different again, which is that... Oh, now it's not. I mean, something still sounds different. Now the pitch has reset itself. What the fuck? Do you see that? The pitch has reset itself. Really weird. Like, Ableton doesn't like serum still. Like, sometimes when I copy serum in a but only in a drum rack. It doesn't happen when I do it otherwise. It only happens when it's inside of a drum rack. Then sometimes it gives like these weird things where it just resets a parameter. Okay. Now we just need to make that one shorter. And we'll probably pick a different resonance here. Make this short. We'll maybe even do that so that we grab a bit of the tail, and then we need to go in here. And this thing is now too loud, so let's just maybe bring you down a bit. And then let's bring... Is it this one? Maybe back that down a bit. Still really loud. What if we... There we go. Maybe still a different resonance. Maybe one of the ones near the end here. Ah, yeah, we can also do this. If we go in here, and we go in here, the one that's attached to the level, or the volume, we can put the velocity on there, like that. And then our go snare should be able... Oh, did I do the wrong one? I think I did the wrong one. Yeah. That wasn't the go snare. We need this one. Then in here, we can take that one, velocity, and then now... can do that, which is nice. And I also hear that it's quite long still, so let's go in here and let's grab the LFO tool. So we have this entire tail here. Let's just decrease that a bit. So it's still long, but maybe that's because it's I'm using the preview there. Yeah, see? Now it's pretty short. It's also, it uses the note gate, so... we don't have to use the note gate. But it's really short at this point. Not sure why it's that short. That just because that? Yeah. This sounds a bit weird. That could kind of work. Also try pitching the resonance slightly different here. At the moment I'm just working on some drums. I'm just making drums right now. I don't like them though. But I'm gonna stop streaming because it's 1:30 AM for me right now. And my ears are really tight, so... you might have noticed that I was getting a bit too anal there at the end with the drums, but that's also because my ears are getting tired. Anyways, we did make some interesting harmony today, and an interesting vibe, so I guess the vibe hunt has succeeded, because I do like where this intro vibe is going. Bit of a weird, different one, but I like it. Weird chords. And that's good. Just need some ear candy bits here and there. I need to, you know, work a bit more on it, but... this whole intro vibe is kinda... although I still don't like the arp. I'm sorry. I still don't like the arp. So I might actually find something else for that, but there needs to be something in here that gives it a bit more of an interesting thing, like what this ARP is doing, but I don't think this ARP is the right choice. So, we'll see. But the sort of like reversed reverb thing coming in here from that ARP that we made, where is it? Here. That kind of thing is definitely what we need. That works. Need to kind of add tension here. Going into whatever this section is going to be. Like even without it, it kind of sounds cool too. Just like maybe something similar to this, but maybe, I don't know, a different synth coming in. Like maybe just a more sustained synth that is more saw based, filtering in, doing these chords as well, to kind of reinforce them with a more synth kind of layer. But, you know, with the ARP, especially in the second half, it does start sounding cool when that ARP opens up and it becomes more sustained. Like then it kind of becomes cool. Right here towards the end. So it does add the right tension, if you get what I mean. Like it does add that tension that it needs, but I just don't like the sound itself of it, I guess. And then going into our... Well, here it's gonna switch and it's gonna go into actual drum and bass. But I do want to have a bit more of a... I guess not even that much drums in the intro. Maybe we'll even have like no drums in the intro, in the intro altogether, you know, and just have drums coming in right here. Yeah, I'll see. I'll see what I'll do with that. But I do like all the other background elements, so that's good. And the chord progression is interesting. What do you think about sad happy tracks? What do you mean? What is there to think about it? Like, it's just a mood, you know? What do you think about sad happy tracks? Well, it's just a mood. And it all depends on what the track is doing, you know? You find it harder to produce sad tracks? Stick with minor chords. It's already gonna... If you just stick with minor chords, it's always gonna sound quite sad. I think there's one thing in... There's actually a really good comparison between a regular minor and Dorian. I believe it was that... I mean, sad chords, yeah, it's just minor chords, honestly. And if you really want to get sad, go to D minor. D minor sounds... But... Yeah, I don't know. intervals, and it can sound pretty sad. But it all depends on how you arrange the track and the context. A major chord can still sound sad if it's in the right context. But what I like is what we get with this kind of, you know, where we're just getting a completely different harmony because we changed the scale around. Ooh. That arp actually sounds pretty cool as a chord as well. That's our chord progression, kinda. Just E minor, G minor. Which... that sounds sad. Not sure if you would classify that as sad, but... I mean, if you really want to get sad, just add a piano and a violin, or a piano and a cello, and just have like a legato cello in there, and it will be sad as fuck. A legato cello with a piano usually does the job. You want to make something sound sad. Like legato cello is... I love cello, actually. Legato cello is really cool. Add some reverb, and it'll sound pretty sad. Believe me. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Strings. Legato. Cello. Wait, maybe I should do solo. Like immediately. Like legato cello just sounds sad. Most of the time. Like obviously you can make it sound not sad, but most of the time it all sounds sad. Especially when you put a piano behind it. But like... like, it just wants to sound sad a lot of time. And the same goes for, like, most legato string instruments. If you use a violin as well, it's just going to be higher. I usually like cello more, because cello, like, most of the time a cello can also go pretty high, right? It can cover a lot of the range that a violin also covers, but it then also has the low range, whereas a violin also has only has the high range. It can go higher, of course, than a cello, but a cello can still go pretty high up compared to like a viola. I think a viola goes less high up than a cello, if I'm correct. That's just because the cello's range is bigger, I think, but could be wrong. But like we still have these really high notes on a cello as well. Don't have that, but... and like slow bends on your strings that'll make it sound even more sad. Like, instead of just doing, like, if you go from one note to the other, instead of just going from one note to the other right away, just bending it slightly towards the other note. That's always gonna work well. To give it some more sadness, I guess. Anyways, thanks for being here. Join the Discord. Link will be in the chat. And if you want to support me on Patreon. On Patreon, you can download monthly samples, preset, themes, what else? Racks, we've got all kinds of stuff, wavetables. So yeah, support me on Patreon if you want. I drop packs on there every single month. I'll be in the Discord after the stream, so if you have any more questions, come to the Discord. Or if you just want to have a chat. Hello, Bacon. Thanks for being here. I'll be back next week, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed today, even though we didn't make a drop or anything. We just did some other stuff. But that's cool too. I wanted to find some interesting chords today and some interesting harmony. I think we found one. So, thanks. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.